I gotta do some things right quick. I can't put a GIF. I can't put a GIF. Oh well. I'll tweet that and then I will pin it to my profile. So when I go to my profile, the pinned tweet is I am live, it's my birthday. When I go here to my wonderful chat, it has nobody here yet, but it's fine. It is time! It's time to get into this. Let me do something real quick. Everything's set up. So first, I want to say thank you to Berg Killer BK. I hope I said that right. I think it was like Bug Killer BK. I almost said Bug Killer. Who followed me off stream. So thank you for that. My counter says I now have 31 followers. It's kind of weird. Sometimes I think I get an email that says I get like 29, so that's probably around 30-ish. So I have about 30 followers now. And hopefully I put everything I wanted to in the title of what I want to do today. Yeah, it's fine. Ah, man. So, yes, it is a birthday streamathon. Today is actually my actual birthday. Okay, so it all coincides with the with this stuff, but you know, I don't have that long of an intro. I don't, you know, because it'll take some because I like to get into the action just like right now. Now, a quick note, I will be uploading my streamathons, which will be, it's going to be about 2 streams each day, so the plan is to go for about 4 hours into lunchtime, and then I will have some lunch, take a 1 to 2 hour break, and then come back for an afternoon stream. So pretty much be streaming all day for the next 3 days. For today's docket, I have, of course, there is the 6.2 story, so hopefully that'll encompass pretty much all of the morning. If I do get done before I feel like I'm hungry, or if I don't want to end too soon, I should have the roulettes unlocked, because right now I can't do my expert. Not just because I'm on Bard. These are locked because I don't have the newest dungeons unlocked. So I'll have to do the newest dungeon, the newest trial as well. So that's why going to be pretty exciting. But as you can see right now, I am a level 84 bard, which means we have a level 80 quest. So before I get into any of the 6.2 stuff, I'm going to go to Felgrand Float. I think it's Felgrand Float. No. Quarry Mill. Quarry Mill. Because we could do the Bard level 80 Bard quest that I didn't do yet. So I'm saving it for today. Harmony from the Heavens, yep. So we will do this quest first as sort of a warm up before I get into the 6.2 stuff. So no worries about 6.2 spoilers yet. Gentle is once jubilant and relieved to see you. Ah, young one, full glad I'd see you hale and whole. The rumors from the front lines had me quite worried. I would commemorate this happy reunion with a verse, but there is someone who was worried for even more than I. I speak, of course, of your comrade Samson. It would do him well to see you again. If you could spare the time, perhaps you could pay him a visit in Gridania together. Yes, go to Gridania. I will. So the timeline is, this is like after all the things from Shadowbringer, so we've been gone for a while, so, and the war was pretty bad, you know. I guess the rumor was we were defeated, or from Xenos, who was Elidibus at the time. And then we went to a different world, and we just kind of disappeared for a while. Us and the Scions, so it was just like, oh, the heroes are, oh, what the heck? Oh, Gentle beat us here. And Samson is yellow, look at that! Is that the commander getup? I think. Dragoon, praise the matron, you're safe. I've been beside myself with worry ever since. I heard of your mysterious disappearance after Gimlet. Yeah. True. Yep. We fought the Empire too, my unit and I. Never had I experienced such a bloody battle. You've done well to return to us, all of you. We owe our survival no small part to Guidelot. His song spurred all whom it reached in the battlefield, turning the tide on countless occasions. For his valorous service, he was awarded a medal from the Alliance. Not that he would ever interested in such trinkets, of course. Lieutenant Guidelot was an inspiration to us all, but us, we may as well not have been present for all the good we did. May I introduce you to the other recruits, Dragoon? They are disappointed with their showing at Gimlet. Oh, they felt like they didn't do anything, I guess. To be sure, they did not shame themselves, far from it. But in moments when we were hard-pressed, their songs faltered and lost power. I see. As you know, our songs are given power through our fervent desire to aid our comrades. I do not think that you lacked this desire. It was simply overwhelmed by the terror of being confronted with death. In his capacity as their senior, I had wanted Guidelot to train them, but no matter how many times I asked him, nay, commanded, he refused to do so, saying that their songs do not have heart. Is that what he said? Oh. More or less. Not to discourage all of you, but there may be truth to Gaidelon's words. Remember, if a song is to touch the heart, it needs to have heart. Without it, not even an expertly performed anthem can hope to inspire. I believe it would behoove you to experience an exemplar of our songs. And most convincingly, we have an exemplar of our art here with us. Me. Dragoon, will you not play for them? What? Allow me to beseech you as well, my friend. Gaidelon and I have spoken highly of your deeds to the recruits. It would be no exaggeration to say that they idolize you. Rest assured that you won't perform alone. My harp shall join you for a duet awash with the heart. I am truly grateful. Yet, if I may be particular, we should have Gaidelon participate as well. Now, it is his duty to train them, after all. And besides, I believe he would relish the chance to perform with the two of you. Very well, a trio it is. Puknopoki mentioned catching sight of Gaidelon in the East Shroud. Let's see if we cannot find him there. Gotta get the band back together. Getting the band back together. Oh, he changed to, I guess, travel gear? I don't know. It appears Gaidelon was here but recently. That's right, Kupo. Birthday messages. He went deeper into the woods saying, that Sanson nags like a bloody fishwife. One sec, I gotta do the tweet. Uh-oh. Thank you, sir. Alright. Sorry for awkward pauses. They might happen today because it is my birthday, and I will endeavor to reply to any and all comments. That's right, Kupo. He went deeper into the woods, saying, that Sanson nags like a bloody fishwife. I may have repeated that. Gaidelon respects you more than anyone, Dragoon. Were you to call on him, I dare say he will answer. Yodelehee-hoo, I gotta call you. Where are we going? say Guidelant. Oh, you know what? Well, I did buy a thing, but oh, I can't. Oh, thank you. Guidelant. Guidelant does not appear to be in the area. Perhaps you should venture deeper into the woods. You what, mate? Go, doggo! Go, 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 go! Say it again! There. The good thing is I can just type, say the same thing up. Guidelant! Oh wow, look who it is! Oh, what brings you here, Dragoon? Not some tiresome errand, I hope. A tiresome errand. No, we have an invitation to perform. Ha! I've been waiting forever for you to ask me that. So, what's the occasion? Wah, 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 wah. Ugh, so Sanson and Gentle put you up to it. I should have known. Those recruits are as stiff as a captain. As stiff as their captain, and I don't have any hopes for them, but alright, I'll do it. Anything's worth a chance to perform with you, Dragoon. Aw, he's like our biggest fan. Guidelant, there you are. I take it Dragoon has surprised you at the performance. Aye, and I expect no less than the finest venture for this distinguished gathering. You'll secure such a place for us, right, Chief? You may depend on it. I myself want the very best for this performance. Do any locations come to mind? The recruits have shown a great interest in our expedition to find the Ballad of Oblivion. In light of this, I believe there's no place more fitting than the Sea of Clouds. The view alone would take their breath away. Sounds good to me. Let's get moving. Very well. I will go and secure an airship for us. Please gather at the airship landing. I have to go to the airship landing? In Gerdania? Oh. We'll walk there. I know where it is. As soon as Yep. Look how empty it is. This is actually pretty empty. I guess for the morning, I guess. But I'm just like... I think I was on yesterday afternoon, and some of the cities were just almost barren because everybody was doing MSQ. Which I will be doing MSQ later. After this quest. So... be warned, 6.2 will be coming. Oh, also this week... Oh, man. Sorry to... I just talked to him, and I just remembered because of the fireworks. I'm just like, fireworks, celebration, the Rising. I think Saturday or Sunday, in a couple days. I think it's Saturday. The Rising is starting, so I may stream on Saturday as well. So, but I won't be streaming for as long. It won't be like as long as these like streamathons. But I'll stream just to cover the Rising and me getting the Soulless minion, so... That's what I wanted to say about that, because I was like, oh, the Rising! And I'll probably repeat that when more people come in, so that's for the YouTube, so... Because I will be uploading this to YouTube. Again, I'll say that repeatedly. Probably. Sanson. My superiors raised an eyebrow when I mentioned another journey to the Sea of Clouds, but I managed to win them over with the prospect of another Song of Power. We have an airship. If everyone is ready, let us be away. The recruits have already boarded, keen as they are. And and who would be keen on coming? And who wouldn't be keen on coming for the coming performance? Ooh, ooh. We're in the sea of clouds. So what's the plan? What are we going to? Uh, what are we going to play to this azure backdrop? Well, seeing as we have the vaunted hero with us, I have a mind to draw inspiration from her adventures for a new piece. Oh, that's a great idea, old man. Dragoon's stories would make for a bloody fine song. Our recruits have our recruits yet have limited experience lifting up their comrades in battle. A song that conveys the importance of camaraderie, that sows the seeds of the desire uh, of the desire to inspire. That was like a tongue twister almost. Should Such would be ideal, I believe. Man who chased after a legend, a forgotten hero who avenged her comrades. A young man who chased after a legend. An intrepid soul who faced a mighty foe, staunch comrades in tow. Aye, this is a rousing tale worthy of being immortalized in song. Why, already the themes and emotions weave themselves into melody and verse in my mind. Come, my friends, let us lift our voices together in heartfelt harmony. A wayward son, you left hearth and home to write your own tale and live in tomes. Guided by a legend, a hero fallen from grace, onward you forged resolve. Something. Dang, I was too slow. A wayward son, you embarked upon your quest. At your side, a comrade you aid you in test, and even the hero serving a sword, hubris. God damn it, I can't read fast enough. Or son, you catch your pride, shedding with the past of your shackled you inside to the truth. Before you opened up your eyes to finally see where your duty truly lies. I finished one. Oh, by the gods! So this is what it means to perform with all your heart. It was both moving beyond words. I felt the lessons of the song with my whole being, and the lesson, and that our understanding of one another is what opens the way forward. Understanding. To think on it, I may have been too insistent, and on trying to press our recruits onto Guidalon, and I didn't try to understand his feelings. Guidalon, this isn't an order, but a humble request. I ask not that you train our recruits, but that you simply get to know them. Through this, you'll come to understand each of their hearts, and forge a bond that will lend power to their songs. We should like that very much. Your song touched us to the very core, and we'd like nothing more than to be able to likewise touch others. There it is, yep. Alright then, we can get acquainted when I'm in the mood. Now that you know what a real song feels like, I reckon there's hope for you lot yet. Yay. It's the power of song. Oh, that's it. Green. I cannot thank you enough, Dragoon. Our recruits are more motivated than ever before. No sooner did we arrive back in ground, they rushed off the train. I believe I'll go and join them. I'll continue what you and Gentle started, and help them become the finest bards they can be. Guidelon, you're coming too, yes? You did say that you would get to know them. When I'm in the mood. Which I'm not, right now. I need to reflect on my experience. Let it really soak in, you know? So I'm going to spend some time alone with my harp. Run! Wait! If you're going to play the harp, then at least let the recruits listen! Forgive me, Dragoon, but I must be away. Thank you for the wonderful performance. Passing as they are, I no doubt... I doubt not, but... I doubt not, but that they will find their way. I'm reading too fast. God. Allow me to thank you as well, Dragoon. Truth be told, I too had longed to perform with you for quite some time. It was a truly sublime experience. As if our music had floated to the heavens and rained down upon all creation. The music of that rain, I believe, reached the souls of the fallen, my departed comrades of the God's Quiver. As it reached the heart of an old man who has long lived in quiet penance, it woke memories of a passion I had in my youth, when I yet stood on the field of battle. All of this because of a single song, young one, a song born of your tale. Generations hence, full certain am I that song will be sung, awakening passion in countless more souls. As it gives me great pride to know that I was part of its creation. A Bard's Tale. The Song Upon the Wind. Whoa. Alright, with that, we will go to Ratzahan. And I will be starting MSQ time. It's time to continue the MSQ. Make a do that, yep. It is time. I imagine it'd be... Oh, there's a casino over there. Alright. I'm gonna give it a little bit. Since it's almost 9:30, I'm gonna start at 9:30, so... If anybody wants to... Just give some time for people to come in. Chat a little bit. What did I get? I got all that. I need to drop that off whenever I get... A little bit of fireworks for my birthday. Yeah, I bet yesterday it was packed with people here. P-act. Oh, man. It's so strange. It's like, I know this is a big event. I want this to be a big event for me. I'm serious. I've not streamed this long in a long time. I think the last time I streamed was probably... Last time I streamed this long was... Or it's going to be that long is probably, when 6.0 came out, Endwalker. Like, literally just, like, going through the stories. It's just story. Now, do I think there's, like, 4 hours in here? Probably not. But I think there's some exposition, and then from the trailer, we are gonna go in there. Because that's obviously where the dungeon is, so... Yep, alright, 9:30 has hit, so we will now officially start the MSQ by speaking with Varshan. In search of Azdiah, Varshan is glad tidings to share. Ah, excellent timing, Dragoon. Just a moment ago, I received word from the Ironworks. They have completed their task and are on the way to, with the reinforced warding scales. Similarly, our alchemists have also succeeded in creating an artificial Atmos. Dang, they did a lot of work. All is in readiness for our journey to the void. I have instructed our comrades to gather at the Great Park. Let us head there at once. Ah. So no cutscene yet. Interesting. So we must go to the Great Work. Yashtala! And it's dark, and oh my god, you can see it. You can see it right there. It's a tiny little Atmos. Look at this thing. Holy crap. It's small. I'm taller than it. Could fit a Lawfell in there. Oh. Ah, I want to talk to Stinian. I accidentally clicked on Yashtola. Okay, it's not voice acted. I was just like, I wonder... I don't know which ones are voice acted or not. So, there you are, Dragoon. I present you with the fruits of our alchemist's labor, the artificial Atmos. Though we yet to put it to the proof, its aether is particularly identical to that of the original. A truly remarkable feat in such a short time. Yeah, because if you were doing this like one after another, then it wouldn't feel like it's actually been 4 months or whatever. It'd be like, oh, we just made it right now. Oh shit. Our alchemists have outdone themselves yet again. Small wonder that they are the pride of Razathan. I would express my gratitude to Nidhana, but it appears she isn't here. She rushed off after bringing the Atmos to attend to her pressing task, but said that she would return ere we set forth. Which should be shortly after our friends from the Ironworks arrive with the warding scales. Sid! Did someone say warding scales? Because it just so happens we have them. Oh! Hi, Nero! Right on cue. 'Tis good to see you all again. But for the president himself to attend, keen to bear witness to our little experiment, are you? He's like, I wouldn't miss it for the fucking world. You know I am. I was there at the Crystal Tower, at least you forget. I wouldn't miss this for the world. True, he was in the Crystal Tower raid. You don't mind if we come along to see you off, I hope. It's thanks to these three that we can finish the work so quickly. Yes, Nero. 'Twas my painstakingly collective data that made the reinforcement possible. So we have to... We're in your debt, are we, Nero? Once again? The scales will last a good 10 years in the void with nary a hint of degradation. Yes. As the one who did the actual reinforcing, we guarantee their quality as well. They'll keep you safe. But enough bragging. Here are the scales. We're in Nero's debt yet again. With these we can search for my sister without fear of corruption. I know not how to repay you. Don't mention it. Midgard's armor came to our rescue in the rift. It's the least we can do to help his children. I wonder if he says that if you didn't do the Omega raids. Curious. Thank you. Well, my friend, my only regret is that I won't be able to accompany you on this latest grand adventure. Wait! Whew. Nidhana, is that the matter? Before we depart, Your Excellency, there is something we wish to present to you. Oh, will you please come with me? You would not delay us with good cause. Very well. Forgive me, my friends, but I require a moment. They're probably giving him armor. Are they giving him, like, a new, like, some new threats? Nero, where are you going? I saw you run. Oh, okay. I was like, I saw you move! You gotta keep an eye on him. He's certainly taking his time. What sort of grand present could take so long to receive? Well, the guy's making sure it fits. The kind that'll help him in the void, I presume. In that godforsaken place, he'll need all the help he can get. But you of all people ought to know that, eh? He's like... Perp. Hey, alchemists, cool. Just talking. Oh?
My apologies for keeping you waiting.
Oh, it's voiced.
Vritra, I presume.
Okay, they patted him. Oh, wait a minute.
Indeed,
huh?
This vessel now serves as a host for my eye.
They made a new, they made a new golem for him, or Silamaka. Oh my god! Oh no, he's hot. Oh no! I'm like, why does his voice sound deeper? And I'm like, oh!
I was aware that the alchemists were busy preparing something, but this...
They were making a new host body for his eye.
We couldn't well send you on such a perilous mission unprepared, Your Excellency.
Uh-oh.
We spared no effort in crafting the body, and I dare say you'll find it adept at wielding weapons and magics both.
Mmm.
'Twas our intent to present it to you sooner, but we could not bring ourselves to do so, knowing we could yet improve it further. Pray forgive us.
Oh, they wanted to make improvements on it.
There is not to forgive. I am grateful for this fine vessel, and shall put it to good use.
I didn't even notice until I saw his face. I'm like, oh, he's tall. Oh, no, he's hot.
Again, I ask that you watch over Radzatan in my absence. The dangers we go to face are great and many, and I fear I will be unable to give matters here due attention. And in opening the Void Gate, there is ever risk that Voidsent will find their way into our world.
Rest assured, we are more than prepared.
They can do it. What's the worst that'll happen?
Our soldiers have been training under Master Estinian. On my honor, we will not suffer a single fiend to pass.
Yeah, but man.
So, think only of your mission, Varshan.
Yeah, just focus on getting your sister back.
Ah, but seeing as this is a different body, perhaps we should use a different name.
Okay.
Nay, Vashan shall suffice. Though I may have thus grown up, I am as ever a little brother to you all.
Aww.
As you say.
Aw, man, I thought they were gonna give him a new name.
Varshan. And best of luck.
Oh well. My only regret is that it's dark. I don't know why. I always end up getting these cutscenes in like
I have something
night.
for you as well.
Huh? Waifu has something for me? Hey.
While you were gone, Urianger paid us a visit.
Did he?
As you may recall, he joined us on our foray into Arzadar's legacy, in part
He
to
did.
conduct research for the Loporrits.
Yes.
Research they were delighted to receive, and which has already inspired them to consider new ways to improve their own treasure vault.
Okay.
As a token of their gratitude, Livingway entrusted a familiar relic to Urianger.
Oh! My Jolly Rancher.
Aye, the crystal, which showed the way to Meteon. The Loporrits no longer have need of it, and thus saw fit to return it to us.
Oh, right. It was the crystal that had the coordinates. Oh, yeah. It was that's. Yeah, it's our crystal of light that. Heidelin infused with coordinates, and then we gave it to them, but now they don't need it. Okay.
Harboring the power of light, it could well aid us in our mission in the void.
True.
And who better to bear Heidelin's gift than her chosen champion?
I still have it, I guess. But damn, I'm taller than you. So damn! I am looking down. Let's go. Yes. Candy acquired.
If there is nothing left to discuss, then let us depart. Our boat awaits us in Akyali.
A boat? We're sailing? Oh wait, I'm still a bard. I just realized I'm still on bard. I can't complete this quest until I switch to dancer. Oh no. Give me a minute. I'm gonna go to the town so I can acquire my glamour. I'm like, oh no, I can't finish this quest because I'm level 84. I don't know why. Oh, that's right. You could start them below level 90, but you can't finish them. All right, back in red. Ah, the satrap and his fellows have already departed for the vault. Are you ready to set forth? Wait. Oh boy! Hi, Nero. An undersea vault guarded by an alchemical sentries. This place would have been an ideal proving ground for new creations. It's not unless cheering you on, but the alchemists of old too. You couldn't possibly fail. I guess the alchemists have a tremendous passion for their work. If we were to collaborate, I reckon that we can achieve some great things. True. Hi, Wedge. Good gods, but the treasure's here. If I were a thief, I wouldn't notice a void gate if it came up and bit me in the rear. True. I must say, I'm beginning to feel nervous. They've upgraded the vault guardians to contend with void scent, a task which was made easier by a surplus of broken units. One could argue that I did them a favor. For my research into cross-rift travel, this is a moment of truth. For all those who have helped us come this far, let us pray we succeed. Alright, we're dancing.
I shall now lift the seal.
You do you, bro.
In the name of Al-Zadar III, I cast open this door unto the void!
So then what, the Atmos will just swallow it and then be able to use it?
Go. Absorb the void gate.
Did you have to teleport to do that? Come here! Oh, it gets bigger. Interesting. Oh! Ah! Cool. Success.
It worked. We should have no trouble passing through a gate of that size.
What can we expect to find after stepping through?
Bro, nobody knows. I mean, unless we take our experiences from the Crystal Tower, we might find three-headed dogs and other void scent, and Horrors abound.
On my previous foray, I emerged in a castle swarming with voices.
Oh, that's right, he went in before. He emerged in a castle swarming with void scent. Really?
I was hopelessly outnumbered and forced to turn back. But together, I am confident we can hold our own.
And bro, we have perfect composition. Almost. He's a tank. I know she's a black mage, but she could probably be something else. If I was a healer, I guess if I was a healer, it'd be perfect composition.
Upon our arrival, let us deal with any hostile entities and secure the area.
But I think Stola can be a white mage because she was a white mage in like Stormblood. I think she'll double task.
The command of our mission, I leave in your capable hands.
I'm
In
the
event
commander.
of battle, I shall adapt my tactics to complement your own.
Should we require healing, I can provide it.
Ah!
I can change the pace from my recent havoc wreaking.
Literally, I'm like, well, your Stola can heal. Literally, her saying, I can heal. I'm like, bet.
Take heart, my friends, and have faith. We will bring
So we do have perfect composition.
rescue
Yo!
my sister Ajdaya.
Already, just right there, Falcor Troya. Now, oh my god, literally 2 quests. No, 1. It was in search of us. We're still in search of. Yeah, holy crap. Well, I look forward to the half a year from now when they add to my new game plus run. My new game plus run when I actually do all of these in the thing. So, nope. The Fell Court of Troya at 8050. Owing to the ingenuity of Hannish alchemists, you have succeeded in expanding the Void Gate in the treasure vault and prepared to set forth on your mission to find Vitra's brood sister Ajdaya in the 13th. Beyond the emptiness of the rift awaits your shadow castle swarming with void scent, and you steel yourself for a hostile reception. Average item level is 575. We are 599. I know I'm a little bit early in the stream. We may get through this before long. But who knows? I don't know. The post quest might be very laborious, so we will join the queue. Yes, follow me. Yes, your heads. Look at me. Look at me. Look at this. Oh, baby! No! Why? Alright, we're going. We're gonna watch the cutscene. What? We have arrived. Hmm. Ah. Okay, I am. Uh-oh. Whoa! Uh-oh. Oh. Chains! What the what? Whoa. Alright. It appears rats have wandered into my castle. Beatrice? Tear them apart if you must. Their drifting ether will suffice. Whoa. What? Oh, 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 oh. 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 Okay, we're gonna do a 4-step dance. The fuck? Oh. Cool. Hmm. Do I like a boss that just adds? Uh-oh. Oh! DPS. Oh. So the bigger ones will get bigger. That's it. 595. I'll take whatever I can. I'm like, damn, 595 here? That'd be good, bird machinist gear, I guess. Alright, possess it. Cool. Whoa! Table! Jordan Bishop. That looked like the Jester dude. Oh, it's Beatrice. So it's the boss that ran away the first time. Come, gaze into my eyes. Do I have to? I've tried. I'm gonna look away. No, that's it. Oh yeah. That's cool. I was like, that's an AoE. Oh god. Oh. Hello. How did... Oh, oh, oh! Ooh! Oh, that's that's nasty. I have a shield samba. We should be able to kill her here. Yo. Oh, awesome. They're too strong. Someone else can devour them. Yo, that's for Oh! Wow. Jesus criminally. What the fuck? Oh, enemies are behind us. Shh. Good God. Jesus Christ. Welcome to the Fell Court. So the gate did open again and delivered me the spot. Why morsels? Yeet! Well, we saw that.
I am Scarmillion, Archfiend of Earth and first of Golbez's circle of
Golbez!
such pleasure I will take in delivering you unto your grave.
Everyone knew.
That is mine!
Always a raid wide.
Breathe deep of your death.
Uh-oh. Stop! Brain rot.
My blade thirsts for blood.
Ah, like I knew. Okay, let's get to this side because well, protect you with what? Oh! Um.
Stubborn mortals.
Yeah. I've been called that too.
Still your love.
Oh. How do you? Oh, I see. I see these now. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot.
No, I will not be defeated by you.
Where's the... Literally none. Okay, well, you're dead. Ah! Wow. Like, ah, you're dead! What's the loot? Neato. I didn't nominate you! I got 2 commendations. Stay for your
This
commendation.
Scarmalione, he knew the gate had opened.
He did.
And not for the first time. He and his brethren must keep watch over the portal.
As we do ours, but to unflinchingly consume a fellow Voidsent. Like men, perhaps they form factions and fight amongst themselves.
The question is, what will the minions do?
Oh.
Your mistress is no more, and the one who consumed her we slew in turn. Do you still mean to try us?
So you're like, you wanna go?
I expect some Voidsent are more intelligent than others. Perhaps these ones simply do not understand our words.
Even beasts ought to understand strength.
Okay, Stinian, okay.
There is much we do not know about Voidsent. If we are to survive their world, it would be wise to learn their ways.
Ah, speaking some common sense. Let's proceed with caution and pick up what we can. Don't overthink it. We'll improvise as we go along. Let's proceed with caution. Yep.
Sage advice, my friend. 'Tis reassuring to have one so experienced with us. I am here, sister. Finally here. And I will find you. I swear it.
They got title drops now. Buried memory. Oh, cool. We're just here. Awesome. Yo. Stinian. It seems the minions are keeping their distance for now. Let's carry on. I never dreamed I would come this far. I can't thank you enough for your cooperation. This castle should serve as a base of operations for now. Ooh. Ere we set our sights elsewhere, let's see what there is to learn here. From this point onward, you will not encounter Aetherites for a while. Should you leave Troya Castle, you may return here via Weaver's Warding. And additionally, you may now enter Falcourt to Troya with a part of NPCs with Trust. So this is probably saying like for a little bit you're gonna be locked in here. So if you end up porting out for any reason, you can come back from like a return point. But Varshan, ooh. Food, yes. Varshan wears a look of quiet determination. Shadowed remnants. The warding scales exhibit no change. It should be safe to remain here and to begin our search. But whither now? I would sense there's Daya were she remotely near, but there's nothing. Might you not call to her, or let her know that you have come? Alas, this vessel is not capable of calling across vast distances. For that, I require my true form. And even were it possible, a dragon's call is born upon Aether. 'Tis liable to draw more void sent to us. I see. In any case, there's little exploration to be done while we are confined to this isolated isle. I propose we begin by learning what we can from the castle's occupants. And understanding their ways may prove useful to our cause. Very well. Let's hope a few of them are capable of speech. Let all remain vigilant while we go about our inquiries. We reconvene afterwards. All right. Feral Vincent. Stinian. This one does not but stare. Grr. Hello, how are you doing today? Grr. Grr. This creature snarls and glares at you. It is unlikely that you will learn anything from it. Some seem willing enough to converse. Others will have the ability. Others, whether they have the ability to do so, is another matter. What enticing aether you have! Give me some! Give me some! No. Aw, if only I were stronger, I'd be able to eat you. Fine, fine. I'll find someone else to eat. While able to communicate, this one seems to think only on feeding. Better to take your inquiries elsewhere. Like the prevailing tongue in Nordvant, the language of this world bears a resemblance to our own. It may be assumed that they share a common ancestor. Forlorn. The mistress's eyes are beautiful, sublime, to bask in her gaze is bliss. But now she's gone, never again will I feel her gaze. No mistress, no orders, what am I to do now? What am I to do now? The creature mutters endlessly to itself, not sparing you so much as a glance. But this one will be different. I serve, I obey. Please don't eat me. Dragon? What's that? Does it taste good? I don't know anything about it. I don't know about anything. But the one we caught recently, they seem to know lots. We threw them in the dungeon. But clever ones are tasty. They might have been eaten already. You've learned it often you can from the void scent. If you look in the dungeon, you may be able to find a clever one mentioned. Guys are going in the dungeon! Oh, I guess we gotta reconvene to see what we learned. I learned of a clever one. I have nothing to share, while those I approached with the had no will to fight, neither were they capable of holding a conversation worth the name. My experience was much the same. Uh, lower rung void scent tend to have their lower intelligence, would seem. I pity Scarmalong. Is dead. He was talkative, at least. What of you? Like I said, I learned of, one said there was a clever one in the dungeons. A clever void scent in the dungeon. That would be an area in which that would be the area in which we emerged. Indeed. Let's check ourselves, back there and find the void scent, preferably before its fellows make a meal of it. To the dungeon, then. This is cool. We're making our way back through the dungeon we just did. So I guess we go to Troy Keep. Yeah, right, because then you can go... Yes. Alright. Oh, cool. I can't survive without someone to give me Aether, but where? Oh, where will I find a new master? That's so cool. Gives you like a... Oh, can you sit here too? No, it doesn't snap to it. Okay. Probably caught the weekend in the dungeon before being served up to the mistress. Tenderizing, she called it. And that's the way she used to like it. Dang. Boys that know how to party. Yeah, what the fuck is all that? Oh. It's us. Upside down. I'm like, why is it moving? I'm like, oh. Woof. Grr. Though there's only the one dungeon here, we call it the fourth. The mistress's orders. But the mistress is gone, and her orders with her. Rats can infest the castle for all I care. Oh. No one comes and goes from this dungeon without permission. For you, though, I'll make an exception. Go on, go. Food for the mistress's consumption is kept in these cells. With the mistress devoured, we're free to help ourselves. But the clever one is strong. Another warden went in to devour the clever one. It hasn't come back out. I mislike the feel of this. Stay on your guard. Could this be the clever void scent? There appears to be someone within. Ah, you.
You are the friend.
Yes. Xenos is familiar. You're the void set bound to Xenos. Didn't you fade away when Xenos fell? You're the void set bound to Xenos. They go, oh shit!
I see it now. The bottomless darkness. The insatiable hunger. The aura was present when we faced him in Garlemald.
How did it come to be here?
When Xenos died, its connection to the source was severed. It was forced to return to the void.
Xenos. Yes, that was his name. And you are the friend, are you not?
Oh? My Jolly Rancher!
Is that Heidelin's crystal?
Oh, what? Oh, the girl! Motherfucker. Really?
But how? The light just now, of course. And thus I am returned.
What do you mean, returned? Who are you?
Oh, wait a minute.
I was once bound to the man named Xenos. His avatar until you killed him.
Right. I haven't done any Reaper quests, but I know about, like, they make avatars with the void scent.
Avatar, as in the void-sent servants of Reapers. In the name of his hunt, Xenos took up that traditional Garlean art. And through it, he forged a covenant with a being of the void to lend him strength.
That's you.
Covenant? A curse, more like. He stole my power. There was no equity in the arrangement.
Wow.
My very essence was altered, twisted into a tool to serve his desires.
Yeah, so she couldn't
Your
fight back.
previous appearance. This is your true form, then.
Perhaps, perhaps not. What does it matter?
Indeed, it doesn't.
Regardless of your form, you are a void sent by nature.
Uh-oh.
So answer me this. Are you our enemy too?
In this world, only a fool would attempt to devour a stronger being. And though it was as an avatar, I lost to you once, I have no desire to lose again.
Good enough for me.
Now, you will answer me a question. Xenos called you friend. That's what you are? A friend?
Strictly speaking, whatever Xenos may have said, I wasn't his friend. Not to you, at least not yet. Strictly speaking. Not to you, at least not yet.
So, you're not a friend. Then... what is it? What is a friend?
I have a theory about her. Uh-oh. When I served Xenos, my mind was shrouded in a haze, but one thing was always clear, his obsession with the friend. Now, what the word means, I do not know exactly. I only know that it referred to you, and yours was an important existence. Xenos' avatar, eh? What are the odds? We still know little about her, but for now, I'm glad I had found someone who can do more than moan for Aether. I assume the dungeon was reserved for those intended for the mistress's consumption. 'Tis fortunate that we came here when we did, fateful even. As much as one might expect the unexpected, I doubt any of us could have foreseen this turn of events. She seems different from other Voidsent, at least those that we've met. And the changes we witnessed, I suspect, is due to your crystal purging the excess darkness in her. Even so, she still harbors a great deal of darkness. As I'm very keen to hear what she can tell us about Surf and about her world. Xenos has been added. Fandaniel has been updated in the Unending Codex. The Ascians have been added to the Unending Codex. Where everything begins. The Dark Road Voidsent regards your questioning. So I doubt you came to the dungeon by pure chance. What is it that you're after? We're looking for a Voidsent of whom we can converse, in the course of which we learned of you. We are visitors to this world and know little or less of the workings and ways. We would be grateful if you could tell us about it and about yourself. So it's information you seek. What do you offer for it? I beg your pardon? Voidsent do not give unless we stand to gain. If you desire something, you pay the price. That is the sole rule of the world you call the Void. That makes sense. Pray forgive our ignorance. But what would be acceptable as payment? I suspect that such coin that we carry has no value here. Voidsent crave one thing alone, Aether. In return for information, I offer you mine. And not not all of it, mind you. I still have need of my life. Ah, very well. I will tell you no more than you can afford to pay. And then we have a bargain. If we are to talk about the Void, then let us do so outside. Come with me. Oh. Wow! You didn't worry for me. My life force is a small price to pay for her knowledge. And I will recover it quickly enough once we've returned home. Their one rule is no different from that of many in our own world. For those like Alphanode who are in a rare... It's those like Alphanode who are a rare breed. Can I allow you stole it to bear the burden alone? When next time the opportunity arises, I will offer my own Aether. Aw.
This is where I belong. My home. This endless darkness you call the Void.
So she's just someone that survived the collapse of the 13th, I guess?
There was once light here, and it shone its warmth upon creation. The lands were green and the seas were blue. Life flourished. Before the war, the Contra Memoria.
Contra Memoria? Ooh, that's a cool name.
It must have been a terrible war indeed.
It shattered the balance, causing darkness to engulf the world. All life was transformed into monstrosities, Voidsent. We are the natural order now.
As light begat Sin Eaters, darkness begat Voidsent.
Haha, true.
The sun was driven from the sky as fleeting day yielded to endless night. In time, even land and sea lost their distinction. And though the spark of reason had died in us, driven by memory's shadow, we formed factions and carved out domains. This castle, for instance. Its erstwhile lord must have abided in such a place once upon a time.
If I may, the darkness in you is too much for any man to harbor. To my eyes, you are indeed a void sent. Yet your knowledge of the past and your demeanor mark you apart from your brethren. You are different. That much is plain. But in what way, I am unsure.
As you say, I am void sent, but only in part.
In part. So she's not an actual voice sent, but just related to them?
The darkness touched my mother when the war had only just begun, when I was still in the womb.
Oh. So you're a pure void sender, I guess you could say.
As a child, I looked like any other, but darkness coursed through me, and I ceased to age when I'd become a woman grown. But that was then. And now, I may as well be one in full. I prey on the weak and serve the strong. I live to survive. Nothing more.
Forgive me. 'Twas not my intent to pry. I realize, too, that I've neglected to ask your name.
As we say mortal, you may call me void sent.
That is liable to cause confusion. If you are not averse, we would address you by your true name.
Then call me what you will. I care not.
Uh-oh.
How about 0?
What am I fighting for? 0.
Meaning nothing. A name as fitting as any.
No, not nothing, but rather a beginning. For it remains to be seen what you will become to us.
So then she will change her name to 1.
As I said, I care not. 0 then.
As she tips her hat. Here's to a fruitful partnership. I think it's a nice name. Well, I think it's a nice name.
A name is a string of sounds. Its meaning has no bearing on my nature.
Shut up.
Well, 0. While there is no
Okay.
end to the questions we could ask, it is only fair that we tell you our purpose in coming here. We are searching for a dragon. One who came to your world long ago.
A dragon?
Yes. Ashdaya is her name, and she is my sister. If you have any knowledge of her, I beg you share it with us.
Oh, I see that void thing up there.
Did you say something?
No.
Oh.
I thought I heard a voice as well. The keening of void scent, perhaps.
We're getting spied on. Hello, Zero. Beginning a curious notion in a world where all has come to an end. No one else seems to be nearby. Perhaps it's just a trick of the wind. What wind? If not the ordinary, I should like to hear more from Zero. I can't imagine there are many part voids sent here to remember the world as it was. They may have subdued the void sent here, but I doubt that they'll remain this way. Remain vigilant. I must say, we are rather exposed here. Perhaps we should continue the conversation within the castle? The throne room is defensible, given its few points of ingress. Let us head there. Moving wasn't part of the bargain. I'll comply, but I'll expect my payment promptly. I shall have it as soon as we arrived. Oh, you stole her. It's almost 11 o'clock, so... And we haven't done the trial yet, so this might actually go to the time I thought it was. And I thought it would. I did think it would. Especially since I'm reading and going very slow. Why are you glowing? Ah. Shala. I will see the payment. When we ask Zero what she knows about Ashdaya. I feel eyes on us. Stay alert. All appears unchanged here. Upon proceeding, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view the scenes in their entirety. In addition, you'll be required to participate in battle. Your progress will be saved at certain points. In the event you are defeated, you will be able to try again from the most recent of these. Oh, stress me out! Please note that if you enter battles associated with other quests or log out of the game, this progress will be lost. Item level 620? Alright.
This place is as good as any. Let me have the ether now.
Very well.
Oh, wow. Wow, you're alive?
That I should miss my mark.
That fiend again? But we struck it down. Watched it die.
Fools. Death doesn't exist in this world. And I am free to return whensoever I please.
Mmm. Interesting.
Death doesn't exist. Of
Uh-oh.
course, in the first, the power of light, of passivity, prevents life from emerging in the empty. But in the 13th, the power of darkness, of activity, prevents life from finding rest, even should soul be separated from flesh.
Right, because like we know. Okay. Yep. Makes total
So
sense.
unless one's essence is absorbed by another, it is possible to
That's
return
why
again and again.
the balance we have to absorb.
Your ether. It is reminiscent of that creature's. Ah, my mouth waters at the memory.
Oh, you know about Ashdaya.
I must devour you too. Yes, I must. Ye drifting souls, by my power be reborn!
If it's another death they want, I say we give it to them.
If you could lend us a hand, we'd be much obliged.
Yeah.
That you would. But you already owe me a debt, and until you make good on it, I won't lift a finger. We'll speak after you've won. But know that if you lose, I'll help myself to your ether.
That a bothersome duty should deliver to me this lavish feast. Come, struggle with all your might. It will make you that much richer and tastier.
All right. Come.
Every soul in this domain turns. Feast upon their flesh.
Can I give a Stinian dance partner? Thank you.
We'd do well to break up this feast quickly.
And let's see these guests on their way.
God damn. We can't keep fighting Estinian.
Hastens their regeneration.
We are blessed. You cannot defeat that which cannot die.
True.
Struggle and slaughter
bodes ill.
Our foe has too great an advantage.
We need to drag him out of this damnable beast.
There's no end in sight. A retreat may be in order.
What you got, Yustola?
When will you learn? No matter what you do, you cannot hope to win.
You never know until you try, and I'm always happy to experiment.
Zero! Is there no way to stop them from coming back?
There is, but I have no reason to share it with you.
Absorb their aether.
You know, Zero, you do owe us for one thing.
Huh? She's like, what?
Your name.
Huh?
You'll have your promised ether, but we are owed compensation for your name.
She's like, damn it.
A name for which I did not ask. But that I nevertheless did accept.
And she's like, okay, fine. Yo! Ooh.
They've been crystallized.
Well now, that's quite the trick.
Transmute them into something else so that they can't, so that he can't bring them back.
Satisfied?
Completely.
Come, my friends. With Zero's aid, we can defeat him.
What is this? What have you done?
Now that I think on it, you owe me a debt as well. You may have missed your mark, but I won't miss mine.
Yeah! Am I still on?
However incurred, a debt is a debt. I will repay it here and now.
She can turn turn voidsent into crystal.
What is this power?
You assemble before my true strength!
Attend to the minions first. Be gone!
Wow. Stop turning them into crystals, god damn it!
That's far enough.
Trickery will not pay.
Uh-oh.
This will hurt.
Impressive.
You say that, but we're kicking your ass.
We cannot win without
Uh-oh.
heroes. We must help us.
Another debt to be paid.
Yeah, another debt.
I must deal with you first. I'll kill you all myself!
Finally getting serious, huh? Very well. Let us return the favor.
Uh-oh. Just like in the, Well it now.
This magic! We must stop him now!
Everyone, to me! Give it everything you've got!
Oh, I am pumping it. I just don't have LB. Give everybody a shield song but two. Let's go!
again and again. What? My flesh? Why won't it heal? What is the meaning of this?
Uh-oh.
Seal ether in crystal. Memoria. But how? How can you have this power?
Memoria?
Death has no place in this world. We are beyond it. And yet... Ah, Lord Golbez, you have sent me to my doom. Curse you and your wretched flattery, and this abominable fate.
Big crystal. Ooh. Am I gonna take it? Oh, I get an echo. Cool.
You are welcome, seekers of might. I, Golbez, have called you four hither. I, who would see us triumph in the coming crusade. That I may entrust you with command of our armies.
Yes, but what of the crew's gift?
In exchange for our loyalty, we are to feast on the finest ether.
And so you shall, for if you are to serve me, you must be strong.
He sounds familiar.
Then honor the pact, and pray we are not disappointed.
Very well. Behold.
The fiery wings, the savage horns. It pulses with life. Such vibrant ether. This magnificent creature could only come from beyond the veil.
Indeed. Feast, my friends. Feast and arise as my four arch-fiends.
Oh. Oh my. So Samguin was one of them.
As they are now, they can consume but a fraction of the dragon's ether.
Oh, so they didn't get all of it. Okay.
Just as well. The creature may yet serve other ends.
Alright, so we know she's alive. So we saw Ashdaya. That's cool.
Are you all right?
Even better.
The Void Sense essence remains. But it has been sealed away, transformed into crystal.
Memoria. Scamleone called them. I take it they are connected to the war of which you spoke.
Aye. Their use was central to the Contra Memoria, hence its name. And to my knowledge, the transformation is permanent.
I see. We thank you for coming to our aid.
I repaid a debt, and in doing so ensured that I received my own due compensation, which I shall have now.
Yes, yes. I still have work to do, so I would thank you not to get carried away.
Alright, same animation here.
Ether is the coin of choice. I appreciate the simplicity.
That makes us even, I trust. Right then. When you picked up the crystal, you experienced a vision, did you not?
Yeah.
A dragon resembling a great worm. I dare to hope that it was Ashdaya.
She looked like a bird.
Even as it pains me to think she's been made to suffer.
Right, but she's not all... Well, at least it didn't consume her.
Golbez.
We've been
Golbez.
given much to consider. Let us take a moment to review what we know.
So I'm gonna keep this, right? Because it has some of Ashdaya's Aether in it, so... I talked... Well, that's fine. In light of our recent experiences, I expect that we all have questions. I trust Zero can answer a few of them. We should still be owed that much, I dare say. If Golbez has Ashdaya in his... as mercy, we must find him. Hopefully Zero has the knowledge that way to our search. There's nothing like the Aether of a living mortal. I haven't felt so satisfied since my return. From Memoria to Golbez and his Archfiends, we have more questions now than answers. But that is a sign that we are making progress. Oh. I saw this on Whoops' groping in the dark. Huh? Excuse me, Estinian looks at you with this piercing gaze. Estinian, what? Stop looking at me! You've come to the 13th before, yes? You fought Voidsent here. Yeah. Clearly you didn't know that they could regenerate. Else you would have shared that detail beforehand. I was in a bit of a rush and didn't have time to wait around and see. From what I know of your foray, I can hardly blame you. Perhaps they returned after you left, and if they didn't, there must be a reason why. There are circumstances in which we are unable to return. If you like, I can tell you about this. Please do. The more you devour, the more powerful you grow. but in the process, your essence is blended with those of your prey. If you were to lose your flesh, the souls that you have come to harbor may break free and coalesce into distinct void set once more. And before you yourself return, your own soul may be devoured by your enemies or your erstwhile prey. A fate more likely for stronger beings who require more time to regenerate. However, even assuming you survive the process, it's highly uncommon that you return as you were. Yet despite this greater strength, scramblaging... I know they've said it in the cutscenes, but my TV is set so low that I can't really hear how they pronounce it. He managed to resurrect them rather swiftly. Are there other capable of the same? Not that aspect of the flesh may be unique to him to develop such ability. I believe we understand the fundamentals of rebirth now. If I may, I would ask you about your power. Will you tell us about it? What you saw should speak for itself. I can bind the aether of the soul in crystal. Many wielded this power during the Contra Memoria, but I'm the only one left. I am told that the heroes of the 13th once sealed gods in stones called oricite. Right. Are they the Memoria one? Are they and Memoria one and the same? Oricite. I do not know that word, and the world is vast, and perhaps Memoria has different names under elsewhere, but it does sound quite similar. How does one come to wield Memoria, and what happened to your peers? I've never thought about that. I do know, though, that Voidsent can't use the power. I assume I can. Because I'm mortal in part. I see. Zero, I wish to ask you about the man called Golbez. He may well have my sister in his clutches. Is there all you can tell us about him? The name sounds vaguely familiar, though. Can't say how I know. If he is powerful, however, someone in this castle may have heard of him. Let's try looking for the other Voidsent again. Let's entrust the task to Dragoon. Her echo... What was that? Oh. Her echo will help facilitate communication. More importantly, she should be able to maintain her composure better than a concerned sibling. That I cannot deny. Forgive me, but will you ask about Golbez in my stead on the terraces to begin with, perhaps? Thank you. We shall remain here to discuss other avenues that we might pursue in the meantime. Yes, because there is a trial we must do. Fearful. So the clever one hadn't been eaten. If one wants it, then perhaps. Golbez? Of course I know him. Only a fool who, without ears wouldn't. His archfiends led armies to ravage and conquer. They devour those they deem useless, those who can't fight. If you don't want to be eaten, then you had better flee. Though soon there will be nowhere to run. The one who dwells or dies, perhaps the mistress will return. Then I'll bask in her gaze again. Golbez, you say? My mistress spoke of him. He commands the Archfiends. They are powerful, and they have conquered many domains. The mistress bade us defend the castle from them. Yes, she did. Have been attacking other domains. Their fearsome reputation precedes them. The tasty one returns to tempt me. I mustn't eat you. I mustn't eat you. Golbez? I know of him, and I know of him from those I've eaten. He has minions, and those minions have minions. No one ever sees him. With an army, Golbez seldom has need to act personally. Are you finished already? Or do we get carried away talking? There's no easy way to mark the passage of time in this world, nor do I imagine such things are good. It would take considerable mental fortitude to still care for millennia in this endless night. Is there no end to their questions? I should have demanded more Aether. Damn it! From neither good. I dare say, Scrambling's fate served as sufficient warning. Well, let's hope that those elsewhere have the same sense. About Dragoon, were you able to learn all to value? Golbez is a bitch. So, countless words sent answer to the Archfiends, who in turn answer Golbez, as your reason to suggest. Scrambling's aggression is also consistent with the claims that the Archfiends conquer other domains. The question is, how do we reach Golbez if he surrounds himself with armies of minions? We could target his other Archfiends, to perhaps those who have fled to his service. Either may yield useful information. That said, we can't do much while we're stuck on this isle. Zera, I would ask a favor of you. I am determined to save my sister Ajdaya. If there is even a faint possibility that Golbez has her, then I must find him. To that end, I want you to lend us your strength and knowledge. Will you accompany us on this quest? Forgotten the way of my world already? If you want help, offer payment. None here will aid you out of the kindness of their hearts. Any who claim otherwise are liars and betrayers. Or is this less a request and more of a threat? If I refuse, will you force me to serve? If you accompany us, we can offer you protection. I mean, not that she needs it. Protection? I have no need. I had no need of such. I was a prisoner, yes, but only because I couldn't be bothered to resist. I could have easily broken free, and had I desired to do so. if you're truly such an if you're truly such an aimless creature, then you could do worse than join us. You needn't expend so much energy to defend yourself as you would alone. Trying to be clever, are you? But even if you had a point, your protection isn't enough to persuade me. Very well, Zero. I propose you travel with us, and whenever you perform a deed that requires payment, we will provide it with Aether. That's all you had to say. Everything else was superfluous. Fair point. Where to now? Either a place the Archfiends may strike next, or where refugees and deserters may seek sanctuary. You have to choose. I know the latter. I'll take you there. I assume you also know how we can get off this isle? I was brought here on a mount. We can leave the same way. Now that you mention it, I did notice some flying creatures near the terraces. Given our numbers, we will need a large one. But regardless of size, all can be won over with Aether. Excellent, let us go over and mount at once. Hello, little guy. Snooping within. No good, Lord Golbez must hear of this. EU. So hydromatic terraces are over here. Zero will best know how to handle the creatures. Let's watch and learn. Were I here in my true form, I would be able to carry you all. But even were it possible to be so, and to so enlarge the gate, the risk would be too great. Not all Void Scent can fly. It stands to reason that some would be made to serve as mounts. We should be able to find a mount here. With the castle in disarray, the creatures will be hungry. Just a little Aether should suffice. Are you ready? Yes.
There it is. Good. It agrees to serve. Get on.
Wow. Oh god, Cthulhu!
What is this place?
My domain. In the beginning, it was a sanctuary for me alone. But over time, others began to gather here. Those who had nowhere else to go.
A settlement of pariahs?
What's that? Mortals! They're mortals! Why didn't they sleep here? Let me have some, let me have some! Not fair. I don't want to.
You are under my protection here and will not be harmed. I give you my word. Follow me.
Cool. Yep, just gotta flex the power levels a little bit. You're like, oh no. Just by a gathering of void scent, I pray one among them has the knowledge we seek. The longer one lives, the more one yearns for peace. I understand why some would sequester themselves here. To said that the person's domain is a reflection of what abides in their heart. If truly this place may offer a glimpse of Zero's past. This is my abode. The others won't come near, so you may be at ease. While they know the place a tantalizing aether would were to walk by, I can't guarantee they wouldn't pounce. It is a void sense nature to consume, their sole purpose. Even if the pursuit of aether may lead them to their undoing, many succumb to instinct. But any who succumb here will have to answer to me. Hey, this is my domain. It's one and only rule, and it is absolute. Nowhere to run. Having given you due warning, Zero would leave you to your own devices. Consider yourself duly warned. If you wish to go among the void sent here, it's your choice to make. All have fled from one master or another, but whether those masters have in turn served Golbez, I do not know. You must ask them yourselves. Most have traveled to your world, so it shouldn't be difficult to communicate. We shall go about making inquiries at once. Thank you for your counsel. Once we have learned all we can, we reconvene under yonder plaza. If you're going to, of course, in which case I shall accompany you. I wish to observe. Do not expect me to help. Zero will be accompanying you. Yes, that's settled. Ready when you are. Ready, then lead the way. I'll leave it to you to decide who. Yep. Can I go in your house? Your house is shit. I call this my abode, but spend hardly any time here. I return only for meditation. While physical wounds can be healed to replenish one's aether, you can't preserve your form if you lose sight of yourself. Such as the risk of inherent by consuming another soul. It dilutes your sense of self, alters you inside and out. To guard against this, I meditate, visualize who I am, in a place all my own. Cool. To walk around with her like that, you're her minion then. You know I don't take minions. She has some questions, and I want you to answer them. Golbez? I don't know that one. Only Skanath. When she let us beyond the veil, I grew scared and fled. I've been here ever since. I don't know anyone else, nor do I wish to. That's all I can tell you. Skanath was a powerful void scent who ruled over a vast domain. That was a long time ago, though, so I doubt she has any connection to Golbez. Oh, is there another? Or is that the one in the house? That's the one in the house, so there's another one over here. About the plaza. This is the heart of my domain. Normally it's deserted, but you and yours have drawn everyone out. I don't recall this statue, though. However it came here, I certainly didn't wish for it. Stay away from me. If you don't want to be eaten, stay away. Oh, Golbez. I've heard that name before. Ah, I remember. Always speaking of a great crusade. I don't know what that is, but it sounds delicious. Sure. A crusade, you say? From whom did you hear this? Farfalo. He was a minion of another minion. Went on and on about the terrible things he saw. I see. Perhaps Farfalo can tell us more. You're one of the mortals. Is it true? When you die over there, you really die? So it is. What brings you here then? Ah yes, Golbez. He seeks strong minions to grow his army, so I hear. But recently he stopped doing that. Instead, he devours all. Perhaps he's gathered enough food and now intends to bolster his own strength. A sure sign that he is about to make a move. Satisfied with what you have learned, eh? Let's step away before you become too tempting to resist. It seems the rumors of Golbez reach even my remote domain. Fair to assume he's gathering strength for his crusade, whatever that may be. But I must say, I wouldn't have guessed that Farfalo once fought in Golbez's army. It's a miracle he survived serving an archfiend. I suppose I should explain. Farfalo is the weakest among us, constantly in fear about being devoured. He seldom consorts with others. The only one he's comfortable with is Ciriato. Ciriato? He's a fellow coward who runs the instant he senses a threat and won't stop until he's exhausted. When their hunger grows too intense, they feed on each other's aether. Such is their relationship. But I ramble. You intend to seek out Farfalo, I presume. Then I'll come with you. He's less likely to hide that way. Meanwhile, elsewhere,
Not only did the mortals conquer Troy, they defeated Scarmalione. I struggle to believe it. They're very small, my lords. They were aided by one of our world, who transformed Scarmalione's soul into crystal.
Scarmaline.
Crystal? This one speaks of Memoria. Now there's something I've not heard for an age. It'll bring a pang of nostalgia to my breast and a tear to my eye.
And a tear to my eye.
If the very notion wasn't absurd! Lifted our good, drowned in darkness. As what were you?
And yet Scarmiglione still does not answer. Were he alive, he would have returned by now. Weakest though he was, his ability to regenerate was without peer. If this account is true, if a Memoriat has survived, they cannot be suffered to live.
Leave this matter to me, Lord Golbez. I, Arboritia, shall strike down any who pose a threat to our plans.
I don't think Golbez is the trial.
'Tis true, you are a proven commander, well suited to leading an assault.
And when I have succeeded, I would beg a boon of you.
What do you desire?
The dragon's ether. All that remains.
The insolence! No place!
With respect, my locks are free as the wind, without incentive to sway them. I know not whither they will blow.
Boldly spoken. I trust you will not disappoint me.
Upon this flowing hair and my immortal soul, I will not fail.
Then go and impress upon these interlopers the futility of defiance.
My lord.
Oh god, she's on top of me. Ugh! 0. Farfalo keeps to the fringes of my domain, this way. Ask about Farfalo's hiding places. The voices in here don't answer to a master. They could do as they please. But all must answer to the hunger and seek out prey when they need aether. Except Farfalo and Sitara. They are content with taking one from another. Barring an instant, they dare not venture out. When he takes flight, Sitara will not seek shelter until they're utterly spent. Farfalo, on the other hand, prefers to hide in the same place. Come. Yeah. Wait. I was gonna say, these Burks are floating, but then again, those Burks are floating too. Nothing makes sense here. He's in this. Oh, that's Sitaro. Sitaro. Oh, whatever will I do now? Sitaro, this is rather unexpected. Where is Farfalo? Oh, Farfalo isn't here anymore. He's left. Yes, that's right. Left? That doesn't sound like him at all. Well, he's gone. Oh, all right. What more do you want me to say? And off he flees, as he is wont to do. But something about this doesn't sit well with me. What do you make of his behavior? He seemed frightened. Perhaps someone threatened him? Yeah, I doubt it. Had he been threatened, he wouldn't have found me. We wouldn't have found him in one place. No. He would run in circles until he could run no more. That's his nature. As he says, Farfalla was gone, but that is quite unusual. As is the fact that Sitaro, who was clearly frightened by something, chose not to flee, but instead hide here. Where Farfalla usually... No. We got Sitaro now. Yeah, I'm so hungry I might die, but I can't. Not while someone's near. You're not devouring my aether, you hear me? You're not devouring my aether. Yes, Taro, we need to talk. But there's no time. The wind rises. We must flee. The wind rises? What is he talking about? After him. If a voice is too weak to create its own domain, it must join with others for protection. Alternatively, it might devour them in a bid to become stronger. But in so doing, risk losing its sense of self. It is an inviable struggle. Oh, what is going on with you? What's gotten into you? What do you mean the wind rises? When the wind rises, she becomes Barbarcia. Barbarissa? Who in the world is that? We must all flee. All of us, there's no time. I don't sense anything, but he seems convinced. It's a dead end beyond. We'll corner him. We're doomed! There's nowhere to run! What are you running from? I already told you! Barbarissa, the Archfiend of Wind. Archfiend, you say? We'll be devoured or forced to serve, to fight in the crusade. But it makes no difference. In the end, all are eaten by her and her enemies. I didn't want to fight anymore. That's why I fled and came here. I see. That explains everything. Almost. I thought it was Farfalla who used to serve an Archfiend, not you. Not you, who always ran at the first sign of trouble. Huh. You who now speak as though you were Barbarissa's minion. There's only one explanation. he devoured Farfalo. Indeed, that would account for his uncharacteristic behavior. So, is that the way of it? Did you devour Farfalo? And not just a portion of his aether, but his entire being? How did you know? It wasn't only your behavior that felt strange. You felt strange. As if there was more than meets the eye. There was more than you present. Now, I don't believe that you would have lost control. More likely, it was at Farfalo's behest. I can't hide anything from you. I admit it, Farfalo didn't leave. I ate him. He feared Barbarissa more than anything. He hated the endless fighting. So he begged me to devour him, that he would never have to fight again. Rather than an eternity of fighting, he chose a moment of pain. Well, of all the good it did, I could still hear his voice in my head. He's frightened, so very frightened. When you're eaten, your essence is blended with that of your devourer, and when you have no control, your consciousness in part endures. Were this a world where the wheel of life and death still turn, the soul would linger so stubbornly. In time, it would return to the great flow. But there's no such end here, no escape. All know this. In making his choice, Farfalo must have been desperate indeed. And now the desperation has joined with Sataro's fear, driving him to act erratically. This place will become a battlefield. We don't want to be eaten, neither me nor Farfalo. Oh, there's nowhere to go. Nowhere. Then tell me about Barbarissa. I want to know who it is we face. It's too late. She's as good as here, and no one can escape her winds. No one. Oh?
And she's brought her domain with her. The Archfiend's after you and yours, I shouldn't doubt. Perhaps you should go and find them. But be warned, whatever this is about, do not expect us to get involved.
I can't manage eating and being eaten. I only want to be left in peace.
You and me both.
Yo, we got a problem!
One of the Archfiend's approaches.
They must have been tracking our movements.
It's not Golbez.
She's here.
Yo! How? Oh. Okay. Did not expect the giant sword.
Excellent. You've saved me the trouble of traveling to Troya.
So you're Barbaricia.
Mind your manners, mortal. My name is not to be spoken, save in reverence and fear. And what is this pitiful domain? Pitiful wretches all. I will put you out of your misery. Alas, poor Scarmiglione, and good riddance. Felled by outsiders in pursuit of what? Pray tell?
A dragon. One who crossed to this world thousands of years ago. Know you aught of it?
A dragon, you say? Huh. My Lord Golbez is more clever than I realized. To let the prize live, that it might lure more prey to us. Very well. In gratitude and service, I shall devour every last mote of their souls.
Where is she? Where is Ashdaya?
Okay, Varshan, just be Batman. Where is she? Where is she?
Huh. You even share its scent. How curious. And irresistible.
If you think us easy prey, you're wrong.
Ghostinian.
Unlike Scarmiglione, I need not skulk in shadow to claim what is mine. If you would know about the dragon you seek, then enter into my domain. You may flee instead if you wish, if the fate of the sorry lot here is of no concern to you. One way or another, I will have satisfaction.
What's the plan then?
Kick her ass! Go after her if we go. Bring her hand. Go after Barbarissa. What else? Kick her ass!
Indeed. Yet she will have the upper hand in her domain. We must be no less than fully prepared.
We find her and get our answers. Will you be joining us, Zero?
You may be easily goaded into accepting her challenge, but my curiosity is not so insatiable as to cloud my judgment. Nevertheless, if you are desperate for my aid, you know my price.
I shall pay it.
He did say he would look
So
for the
long
next
as you leave
opportunity to
me
do it.
strength enough to see my sister home, you may take as much as you wish. And lest you forget, mine is no ordinary ether. Barbaricia too recognized its potency.
Very well. We have a bargain.
We have a bargain. I have no intention of demanding anyone's aether until afterwards. Weakening you now would only reduce your chances of getting paid. Just wait, Barbarissa. I don't have my answers yet. What little I learned of in your absence did not pertain to the Archfiends. That discussion can wait until I've attended to Barbarissa. Ah, so she learned something. The less time we give the enemy to prepare, the better. If everyone is ready, let us set forth. Indeed, and yet my heart weighs heavy for those Barbarissa struck down. Were it not for us, she would not have come here. Should you require a moment zero? For what? Barbarissa took what she could. She was wise to strike quickly, as we would be. Agreed, there's no time for sentiment. Only the battle matters now. The wind rises. Zero has a word of warning before you go to face Barbarissa. Yeah, Barbarissa's the trial. I was like, it's not Golbez, and I'm just because I had a feeling it wasn't gonna be Golbez, because I'm like, okay, then what's the purpose of introducing four archfiends and generals or whatnot, unless the dungeon takes care of all four of them for some reason, but it didn't. It only did one. So we have 1, 2, and then we still have 2 more after this, water and fire. Order warning, Barbarissa spoke as if she would give us answers if we were to defeat her. But in assuming that she'll talk, which I doubt, I trust she needn't tell you how foolish it is to give an archfiend a second chance. Best to seal her away after the earliest opportunity. If you wish to peer into her past, the memorial will suffice. I can't wield the power at will. Well then, you'd better hope it favors you when the time comes. Rest assured, this will be our last opportunity to learn about Ashdaya. If another Archfiend were to fall, Golbez would surely be compelled to respond. We need only wait for the quarry to come to us. Indeed. If our struggles with Scramgling taught us aught, 'tis what we must hold nothing back when facing an Archfiend. Let us heed Zero's advice and seal her away at the earliest opportunity. If we're on alignment, then let's be off. We travel by Nizrach. Jesus.
You're not the only ones who can ride the wind.
Let's go, Obsidian! Woo! Taking pot shots, yeah.
Leave these ones to us.
I see to Barbaricia.
Damn, she's cocky as fuck. Well, oh! My legs hurt. Motherfucker. Come! Storm's Crown. It's not Golbez. It's not Golbez. Storm's Crown. You search for the Great Worm Asdaya in the void that brought you to Xenos' domain. Where you hope to find information that will lead you to the mysterious Gobez, but it soon becomes apparent that your victory over Scramgling did not go unnoticed. For now, another Archfiend, the ravishing but cruel Barbarissa, has descended to challenge you. So, while there is no guarantee that she will yield the answers she teases, the only way forward. It's the only forward. The only way is forward, and you sally forth to confront her in their stormy domain. 585. Jeez. We waste no time. Let's go. Ah, this music. Da, 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 da. Oh, nobody, really. Confront Barbarissa in Storm's Crown. Everybody take a lunch break or something? Come on. This is only day 2. I got some things to do today as well. Oh! The surprise. We're in!
Come, give yourselves to my scouring winds that I may feast upon your essence.
Oh my god! How many dancers? Don't say anything.
Such rich, exquisite ether. My head shivers with anticipation.
Ow!
Oh no, God!
Is that... Oh. What? It's going over there. Hair raid? Ah! Okay! Oh, wait, what? In. Yes! Oh, bitch.
My looks are as the wind.
What? Do we have to... Oh. We can't... Gotcha. Ow! I died. Okay, so if this is the same mechanic. Woo.
You feel it too.
He did have a birthday alone. Nice! Oh. Yeah, don't, Oh.
You've done well to last this long. battle has only just begun.
Excuse me? Got to be down for the count. What? Wait, what? Are you a mummy? What? Huh? Oh. What? What? No, 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 no! What the fuck? Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. You can't look down for like a second. No! Whoa. What the ever-loving hell? Oh, what are these? Tornadoes. Okay.
Don't underestimate.
I'm gonna die.
Feel my fury. Know your place.
She's a Hulk! Ah! This is chaos. Oh. This again? This is nuts. Oh, I don't know.
Be gone from my sight. The insolence.
Good. Fuck.
I'll make it.
Oh, it puts down the... Huh? No!
blade.
God, when are you supposed to do an LB? I'm probably good. Burn. Fuck.
Be gone from my sight.
Gah! Woo!
No, I will not be denied.
Oh my god! Thank you, Scholar. Woo! Wait, I have a... Don't I have an emote for this? Yeah. Oh my god! Oh. It's the winded emo. She's doing winded because she's a wind. Oh my god! I'm just like, when do I get to open? It's like, okay, here.
I can yet.
Woo!
Damn it all!
I thought I was gonna button mash whenever she did the fucking like wrapped herself around. Like, holy shit! I thought I had to button mash something. I'm just like, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. God. Do I get a... Nothing?
I see you've bested Barbaricia. Well done.
Thank you.
Her minions too are all crystallized or scattered. The day is ours.
My sister, tell me you learned something about Ashdaya.
No. Wait, I need to...
So the Archfiend and her crystal yielded not.
Okay. He did it. Happy birthday. Your loan is forgiven. Yeah, right. Oh my god. So... Oh my god, it's so cool. Sorry. Slight break. Ooh. Okay, there we go. Alright, so apparently, just to break some of the tension here, our President Joe Biden in the year 2022, just in case this gets like viewed later, has officially pardoned about $10,000 worth of student loan debt, which means I am now student loan debt free, which is great. On my birthday, hallelujah. I guess it'll be officialized later, but But there was a rumor he was gonna do it, and it's like years ago. It should have been like because of this pandemic, but finally they're going like, okay, we're finally forgiving all that like a lot of debt, so $10,000 I don't have to owe to the fucking government, and which I was under, so that means I am officially debt free. How lucky am I? Okay, so the Archfiend.
Our efforts have not been entirely fruitless.
Continuing with Final Fantasy 14, we just that was an insane fight. Oh god.
You've deprived your sister's captor of another powerful champion. With Zero, we may yet challenge Golbez and his minions.
Indeed. We could not have come this far without your aid. Thank you, Zero.
I but fulfilled my part of the bargain. And now I will have my...
What?
Her ether is nearly spent. Perhaps unsurprising given how much power she used.
Oh.
I wouldn't want to face another Archfiend without her. We should hurry back to Zero's domain.
Agreed. Eager though I am to continue, it would be unwise to risk our lives for the sake of haste. Let us suspend the mission and tend to Zero.
Yeah, I had a feeling it wasn't Golbez. A lot of streamers and some people were saying that Golbez was going to be the fight, and even I said at one point, it's like, it has to be Golbez. But it's just like, then where did those Archfiends come in? So, good on them. She's breathing. Zero hasn't so much as stirred such power as she must have expended. Oh, I already know. I want to talk to Stinian. In her present state, Zero is easy prey for other voice sent. We must be on our guard. The Zero remains unconscious. She appears otherwise fine. Insofar as I can discern at any rate, being part void sent, her physiology may be rather different from ours. Let us observe her for a while we discuss our next move. The Asm's Crystal. Return from the void. Concern is writ upon Vershan's face. How do you suppose she will remain this way? I haven't the faintest inkling, nor can I say whether the Aether can afford to share or will be enough to awaken her. It would be best to take her back with us to the source. Ooh, that may be a bad idea. There she would be guaranteed all she requires. Yeah, Zero cannot give her consent, but it seems we have no choice. The alternative would be to leave her here defenseless. Should she later desire it, we could bring her home. Might I ask you to hold on to Barbarissa's memoria? It may serve it may serve a purpose. I have all of them. Uh-oh. Oh, what happened to her? You have business with Zero? We have a newcomer, a former minion of Barbarissa. Let her know when she wakes, will you? Barbarissa's minion? Why not go and find this newcomer? So we have something to tell Zero, if nothing else. Indeed. Indeed. May I trouble you to join me, Dragoon? With luck, we might learn something of Golbez. Alright. Speak with the deserter for descent. Let's see, do you have anything? When the leader falls, the minions pledge themselves to the enemy. There's no loyalty, only survival. Worry not, we will keep an eye on Zero. Go and meet the newcomer. This appears to be the newcomer. Ah, yeah, you're the ones who fell to Barbarissa. I won't make trouble. I'll obey, so please let me stay. If you would obey, then tell me all you know about Golbez. There isn't much I can tell, only that archfiends are allowed to his domain, wherever it is. None but they know. I see. No better way to guard oneself than to keep one's location secret. How does Golbez communicate with his minions afield? He has these scepters, staves, whatever they are. He uses them to talk to those far away. Not unlike link pearls, at least in function. That would be all. My thanks for your cooperation. My thanks to you as well for affording me the time. I am satisfied, so let's rejoin the others and head home. I trust you understand that once we leave the 13th, we will not return until we are prepared to resume our search. Knowing this, are you ready to depart? Yes. Basically saying until 6.3. We are patching out of here. We're done. Back to Troya then, and thence home. Estinian, you carry the body. Yep. Oh, where's Sid?
Ah, you're all safe. Thank the sisters.
A moment while I close the gate.
Crush me, daddy.
There. We may rest easy for now. Was there any trouble? I expect some void scent slipped through.
A few did, aye. But we were ready and dealt with them without incident.
Really?
That is well. I cannot thank you enough for your vigilance.
Yes, you're grateful. But aren't you forgetting something more important?
Who's the lady?
You know, the polite but warm formalities one delights in hearing when their little brother returns from a long journey.
Huh?
Indeed, you are right. It is good to be home again, among those who I love dearly and missed so much.
And we are glad to receive you, Vashan. Welcome home.
Chambers have been prepared for your use at Megaduta. Let us take Zero there at once.
Mr. Cerebus, we've been expecting you. If you follow me, I will show you to your guest chambers. My food's almost here, I think. It's a little bit off. We still have a couple minutes. I did order food during, while I was waiting for the queue to pop. Which means it'll probably get here right on time. This is actually going right to the minute. I love this.
I am relieved.
Our mission took many an unexpected turn. I am relieved that we have all returned safely.
But before you all enjoy the rest you have earned a dozen times over,
I could barely hear him talk. I talked over him. I am so sorry. I could barely hear him. I have headphones on, my bad.
Zero.
I, for some reason, thought this would known. I didn't think it would. My bad.
While she appears none the worse for wear, she remains locked in slumber, and I cannot help but worry. Is there aught we can do to expedite her recovery? If her ether is exhausted, perhaps I can share some of mine now.
In the wastelands of the 13th, one can only replenish ether by taking it from others, be it by trade or by force. In contrast, the source is rich in ambient ether. Simply being here and drawing breath, Zero will absorb what she needs.
Then we need but wait?
I believe so. She will awaken in time, and when she does, give her something to eat. Judging by her form, she should also be able to derive nourishment from food. I know you promised her your ether, but perhaps she might appreciate fine Harnish cuisine more.
Food can certainly be arranged.
She looks like any other person. Unsurprising, perhaps, given that she is only part Voidsent.
Zero said before that Xenos had altered her essence. A change wrought, I suspect, with the power of darkness. It acted upon the part of her that is Voidsent, rendering it dominant. Thus, we were able to reverse it with the power of light. I labor to believe that Xenos possessed such arcane knowledge. In all likelihood, it came from Fandaniel. Were Zero wholly Voidsent, I doubt the crystal would have had an effect on her. One might say that Hydaelyn had a hand in your meeting.
Very interesting.
Tis no exaggeration to say that Zero has proven herself invaluable. A boon from Hydaelyn herself. Her cooperation may come at a price, but whatever it is, I am willing to pay it. Exhausting though it may be at times.
Great hit. She seems to be faring better here. Praise be to the sisters. My chambers are much the same as this one. Too opulent for my taste, but at least it has space to train. A world with light and life. Never one to remain idle, Y'shtola would tend to an errand. If I may excuse myself, I wish to pay a visit to the High Crucible. While the scales function admirably, it would be prudent to have them be inspected for signs of degradation. By all means, I should do the same for this vessel. Then I'll go and meet with the soldiers, share with them what I've learned in fighting Voidsent in the 13th. What do you mean, my friend? Have you any immediate plans? I'm just worried for Zero. I want to be friends with her. In that case, might I trouble you with a small task? I wish to have food ready for Zero when she awakens, you see. Would you be willing to go to Merud's Mayhane and ask for suitable refreshments? My food's almost here. My food's almost here, and I'm getting food for her! Excellent. In the meantime, Nidana shall watch over Zero. Oh, she's already en route. Let us each then tend to our respective businesses and reconvene anon. I'm gonna get you food, Zero! Hold on! Oh, exit. I'm coming! I'm excited. Oh, welcome to Maine. May I make yourself comfortable? No, I need food, now! I guess the satrap has collapsed from hunger? Oh, of course I would be happy to help. You need only tell me what you desire. Most expensive dish just for good measure. Something light and refreshing like fruit, perhaps. A rich and hearty meal with plenty of meat. A modest quantity for living more aether should suffice. A modest quantity. There's the knock. Alright, I fear we don't serve that particular delicacy. If I may, I would recommend something gentle on the stomach, like these apples here. I can guarantee their freshness. Afterwards, once your guest feels better, she's welcome to serve whatever else she can provide. In times we'll be joining them, yes. Oh Lord, she's awake.
Light. Is this an inn? What happened? How did I get here? There's no time. I must rejoin the battle. I must...
Oh, you're awake! Wonderful!
Oh no. Oh shit!
What is this? Some sort of fiend?
A fiend? Where is it? Where? But this is no time for jokes.
Says
You're
you.
the source, my dear. The world next door. So to speak. The others brought you here after you collapsed.
One sec, let me get my food. Alright, food is acquired. Let's hope this ends soon. I feel like it's gonna end soon. Has to. Alright.
I'll fetch them at once. Wait, just a moment.
And then I burst through the door. The source.
I took the liberty of arranging refreshments.
Wait, why are you in the smaller one now?
As flavorful as they are invigorating.
Wait. I know they didn't get rid of it, but I'm just like, why the smaller one? What the hell? He just prefers it, I guess.
This isn't what you promised. I suppose ether is ether.
What? Wow.
Wait. Don't tell me you don't know how to eat?
I took what I needed from it. What's the problem?
Where's the enjoyment in that? You're supposed to bite, to chew, to savor, and then swallow.
I'm like, don't take the shriveled one.
That's the way. So, did it taste good?
I don't know.
Uh-oh.
The long years without eating may have dulled your sense of taste.
Well, we void scent have no need for such when consuming others. There are some who speak of taste when describing the quality and affinity of their prey's ether.
Mm-hmm.
But I loathe the act. Taking ether in small amounts like this is one thing, but diluting my essence, diminishing myself, I'd sooner die. And I have died, countless times.
You have? But what happens when you do?
Not much. After a while, you return, together with all your expended life force. The important thing is to die where others won't devour you.
Amazing! My peers who study immortality and resurrection would be most interested in this phenomenon.
The question of taste aside, I am glad that you are able to partake of food like us. I dare say it agrees with your personal preferences.
That's true. You can keep giving me the same on a regular basis.
Very well. As my guest, I shall see that you do not want for comfort. And one other thing. We brought you to our world without your consent, and for that, I apologize. If you wish it, we will return you to yours once you have regained your strength.
It's fine. I have no reason to go back. Except for yours, perhaps. You intend to cross over again, I take it.
I do. I have yet to find my sister. I want nothing more than to rush to her aid, to find this Golbez and free her from his clutches, if he still holds her captive.
Though if our recent experience has taught us anything, it is that the 13th is more dangerous than we ever imagined. Caution must be our watchword.
Mm-hmm.
Better late than never. In the short time you spent in our world, you left a trail of chaos in your wake.
Really, they never in short times from the Okay.
You managed to return in one piece this time.
One
Don't
Piece!
assume you'll be so lucky the next.
And she's just
Rest
like,
assured, we will
apple.
make no assumptions and spare no preparation. Speaking of which, while we rest and ready ourselves, I ask that you tell me more about your home. In return, I will tell you about ours. I will show you my domain, Radzet Han.
Again, a stranger in this strange land. have a condition. You must come too.
You have my thanks.
Hello, Zero. This world is burning with aether. I feel invigorated just standing here in the breeze. I'm glad I am to hear that. So, is there any place in particular you wish to see? Perhaps, where the food came from. Apple, was it? Well, I don't expect I'll collapse again. It would be good to know where I can procure more, if necessary. Maybe it's being heated is then. I should introduce you to the head waitress, Michal. Oh, they were accompanying me. I had to walk there. Shit. My food might get cold, so I might... I guess I'll get up to there, and then I will just hang around, and I'll end stream temporarily, because it is 104, so this is exactly where I thought it would go. Yeah, I'm like right at the 4-hour mark. And there's still story! I know it's like getting ahead. It's probably coming to an end. It's probably like 1 or 2 quests, but since I have food here, I want to eat it before it gets cold. I don't want to wait. Because I don't know how, like, I just don't know. There's probably going to be another cutscene with Golbez and everything, so, So yeah, let me get up to here, and then I will temporarily end the stream for about an hour or so. Alright, here we are. Oh, well, here's the... I thought it was inside, so here's the point. There's the place, the air is different here. Speak not the heat. It's the texture of its a fullness, unlike anything else. You smell the cooking, I believe. Hannish cuisine is quite fragrant and delicious. I hope you will agree. We could attempt to introduce to the main herself, but Michal is more likely to be available. So yeah, I'll end stream just temporarily so I can eat my food, but then I will come back for the next. I'll just name the stream like part 2. So I will see you guys in about an hour. The STREAMATHON continues in a little bit.